Hello everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to another Full Queue developer stream where I build apps and post them to the App Store. Um, Big news is last week Haptics Studio got featured on iOS Dev Weekly, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Um, Thank you for everyone who downloaded the app and tried it out. Trying to keep this independent dream alive, so thank you so much. Today, uh, we're working on a bug fix that was reported at um, I guess someone downloaded it from iOS Dev Weekly and noticed that the accessibility sizes were causing some problems with the app. So they mentioned they were on an iPhone mini. So let's fire that up. And then they said they changed the accessibility sizes. So let's see, where's that at? They said they were on +2. Maybe turn both these on. Yeah, it is a little large. I think the obvious fix would be to decrease the sizes um, of the sliders. However, if you need a bigger accessibility size, wouldn't we want sliders to remain kind of larger as well? So that's a little unfortunate. Let's see, should we should we make sliders smaller? What else could we do? You could split screen into two. If they don't fit, we could say um, adjust these other parameters, like tap here to adjust the other parameters. Making the sliders smaller may be counterintuitive for folks that need a larger text size. I mean, I guess the big problem is that these buttons are not tappable. Let's see, let's write down that idea. Tap here to access more settings. There's the idea of the scroll view. Last time we tried a scroll view, the uh, you couldn't get the sliders to move from inside a scroll view. But I guess that would be the most satisfying one. The ability to just scroll down a little bit. So I guess we could investigate Got our little investigate icon. ScrollView handshake icon. Whoa, you can have a gray hand? Okay, why not? Oh, you have to pick other one. Wow, cool. Then you put that in? Oh, that's cool. ScrollView shaking hands with DragGesture. Wow, this queue filled right up. Then what's a good icon for maybe? Thinking? Sure. Okay, so if we go to the custom haptic screen, let's hide the canvas. This, and if we just put a scroll view in, and I guess the play button would be outside of the scroll view. Oh, that didn't work. But regardless, yeah, tapping on the slider just doesn't work anymore. So Google ScrollView SwiftUI DragGesture. Oh, someone else has had this problem. Wrap it in a UI scroll view. Oh my. Monsieur B says, another Swift developer on Twitch. Welcome aboard. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow earlier. We're currently trying to figure out how to get a scroll view to work with our drag gestures. And it seems that that's not really supported in SwiftUI. Congratulations for featured on iOS Dev Newsletter. Yes, thank you so much. Congrats on your Demeter app launch. If we take the scroll view back off, the sliders work fine. But of course now it looks weird with the higher accessibility font sizes. Um, let's see. So we can't. This is a big nope. ScrollView and DragGesture. That's not going to work out so well. Let's put an X on that. So if the text sizes are really large, perhaps we could split it into two screens. That's not going to feel good um, at all. And maybe making the sliders smaller. I guess we could try to investigate this. Since this was a big nope. Let's see. Let's look at our slider. And we set the height to be kind of large. Let's see if we cut it in half. And then I think some of this other stuff was also a little hard-coded, but we'll see it in a moment. Yeah, let's see. I think the marks view. We should pass the height down to the marks view. Yeah, and instead of passing in the value range, we'll base the number of marks off the pixel height. It'll be perhaps the pixel height divided by 4, I think? Yeah. I guess this needs to be converted back to an integer. We'll pass down the pixel height. These are looking pretty tiny. But it'll help us get the right numbers. Here, this is just a spacer. So let's see, did that look okay? I guess that did look okay. It's just going to be very tiny on large text sizes. Let's make it a little bigger. Oh, that's funny. The line goes through there. It's not at the halfway mark. We should fix that. Okay, so maybe not a -1, maybe just half. There we go, that looks better. Now if we decrease the accessibility text sizes or make them larger again, let's see what we get. Accessibility, display, oops, display and text size, larger text. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would support that. Like this just needs to scroll at some point. I guess we could do horizontal scrolling for larger sizes. Let's see, so let's put the pixel heights back to what we had at launch. Now let's look at if we can do sideways scrolling. That way, everyone can at least use the app once the sizes get bigger. Let's see. We have the two toggles at the top. We have so I need to make the font sizes regular again. So if we make these sliders go sideways in a scroll view, um, when there's a larger text size, that'll be these two things. So we want to pick one of two layouts. I guess normal would be a V stack with two H stacks, or we want a side scroller with one large H stack. Oh, and we need guess we need to nest it in. Let's see. Guess we can have this be a state variable if should scroll sideways. Otherwise, show the current view. We'll say that the direction is dot horizontal. Oops. And then we'll just copy paste these in here. I want to see how this looks like before optimizing the code. Let's just set this to true to see what it would look like. Okay, It's not too shabby. And then if we make the text sizes really big, I guess, all the way up. Well, the keyboard looks great. This is, I don't know, the number view is those labels are so big. And then I guess the wow, the error is huge. Um, the tab bar is not really accessible at the largest screen size. Um, at the largest text size. Wow. This is a little tricky. But the keyboard looks great. Kinda. I guess the text should scroll off the screen too. Huh. At +2, it looks okay, which is what the bug report had noticed. Oh, I guess this screen is also a little cluttered. Let's see. Guess we could have two scroll views, one for the top and one for the bottom. I mean, these are just not usable right now. Um, so let's rename this instead of let's scroll sideways, and then let's see if we can add um, a scroll view for this top part here. Hang on, scroll view is going to be the new part here. see. So let's copy this all down here, and then let's, how would we do the top scroll view? So this would no longer be an H stack, this would be a vertical stack. And the duration slider would be inside of it, and perhaps we would just enable or disable it. Oh, it's our own custom control. I guess that's why we were hiding it. Have to support our own disabled, I think. Oh no, we have it disabled. And let's pull the V stack out to the counting everything. And let's see what we get. Oh, I forgot this to tell it to go sideways. No, I did want it to go up and down. Yeah, this is this is just not really usable. Oh man. I mean, I guess at super large sizes we could just disable any kind of slider. Um, or put the slider only when you tap on a control. This is at the totally maximum text size. Like we could put a little slider at the top here, or perhaps underneath to still offer a slider to people with that are on the maximum text size. Oh, if anyone knows preferences of folks that need or that use, sorry, that use the larger text sizes, I would love to hear it since I'm really just guessing. Um, let's see. Making the slider smaller. yeah, that didn't look good. Put green into 2. This does not look good either. So perhaps instead hide sliders on large text sizes. Okay, so let's revert everything so far. Oh, but I did like the changes to the marks view and the slider for supporting a pixel height. So I'll save that, support pixel height. Let's see, what was this? Just cleaning out comments. And then, yeah, let's try by reverting all that. But really, see, so if we hide the slider completely, well, I guess it should still be sort of up and down, I guess. So let's add that as a parameter. Since I think this might be the direction to go in. This is the built-in section. I guess is slider hidden is a little bit of a negative. Is slider visible? I guess. pass these params down in. I guess maybe this is maybe this should be on the environment. See, let's stay focused. Yeah, I guess each screen can decide on its own. So we could say this is a computed variable. Let's see, what is the background size? 812. I guess it's not just the size; it's also the text size. Um, and let's see if we can get that out of the environment. Let's see. Let's see, how do we get that in SwiftUI? Okay, but how do I get it? Here we go, size category. What's the type of a size category? Doesn't type. I guess it's going to be a function of the size of the screen and how big the text has been set. You want to pick one of two layouts. Kind of scrolling um, with no sliders, or the UI layout we launched with. Let's see, can I get autocomplete to fill this out for me? No. I'm really excited for the layout fitting, which is coming in iOS 16. We can give one of two layouts. We can give two layouts, and the OS will pick which one for you. But we're not on iOS 16 yet, so here we are kind of doing something by hand. Let's see. So we're going to have to do a little bit of testing to see which sizes of screen work with which size of font. Or we could turn it all off for now and gradually bring them back in, just to like just to get the flow of the code right. And then we can, once we get the code right to support two layouts, then we can tweak which layouts go with which sizes. Yeah, so it's correctly hiding it at a large text size. If we go to settings, bring it down to regular, and then they reappear. Okay, so that's working. That's nice. So this is, I guess, really two layouts. I guess we could make yeah, we can make two subviews and just pick the right one. So this will be the current one. Large text layout. And I guess for now, this is all this jazz. And I suppose this should be wrapped in a V-stack. So this needs access to the haptic event, and it's going to need access to this save method. Oh, and it also checks the current background size to say the width of the duration slide. Interesting. Okay, there's a lot of kind of a few moving parts here. So perhaps this little method could become a static method on better slider so that we can access it from multiple places. And this is sort of like build, like a builder function. Let's see, so this also needs the event that it's going to be editing. So you can bring that in as a binding. And it also needs the current background size, I guess. I believe is a CG size. And this would be regular layout. The current haptic event that we're editing, current uh, current background size, and the save lambda. Not convert value type haptic event to expected type binding. Oh, interesting. I guess it's not exactly a binding. We can pass it in just as a parameter like this, and then use the observed object. There we go. Property instead. It's a little off. Starters, the alignment needs to be leading. And I think we lost the spacer with the a spacer with the play button at the bottom. Hmm. Let's see, what am I thinking about? I'm just thinking about the side scrolling was kind of nice. Um, though, though it was a little large. Um, if we made the duration a vertical slider, then we could have everything be side scrolling. For large text sizes. I'm also thinking about how the objects that we're passing around in these layouts, um, like, could be improved. Like the save method, like this probably should go on on our I think we had like a root controller. It was like the root app controller that kind of managed our state. That instead of passing a lambda around, we should just pass the root controller in. Um, that might make that might clean up our code a little bit. This is going to get repetitive to have two layouts. Okay, well let's go onward. Maddie the Duck says, "Howdy. Sorry I've been away for a long time. I'm working on an app at the moment. Hopefully I'll pick up the pace soon and should be ready for beta testing in the next 12 days." That's very specific, 12 days, but congrats on the app. Hope you're doing well. How's your Haptic app going? Many downloads? Working on update at the moment? Yeah, we received some feedback after it was featured in iOS Dev Weekly that it doesn't support larger accessibility sizes. I can demonstrate real quick. Into settings. Settings, accessibility, and turn it pretty far up. And then if we go back to the app, it's kind of unusable. Although the keyboard still looks great. So it's not all bad news. So we're trying to think of a different way to handle this. And I tried a couple things. Where's the notes? Like making the slider smaller. That was a little counterintuitive. Like if folks want a larger text size, they probably don't want a small slider to go with that. Tried splitting the screen into two, and that just looks really awkward. I tried doing a scroll view to go up and down, but then the drag gesture doesn't work. As far as I'm aware, if you use the pre-built font sizes like large title, it will scale. Yeah, it scales. It's just the main problem is that if you have a scroll view, that the drag gestures for our sliders stop working. So I was thinking that if we have a side scrolling layout, and we can still get our vertical sliders going, and still our vertical sliders going, no matter what the font size is, and possibly duration could also be a vertical slider in that scenario. So that's the focus. Is that showing up on stream? Oh, I guess I should put a title or something up there. Let's see. that at the top. Can't make it any smaller. You put it at the bottom of the screen. Something like that. Let's see. So where are we at? Yeah, trying to build 2 different layouts. And I feel like each of these items are set up like pretty specifically, and it would be nice to kind of just be able to say like, what is this? Like the sustained toggle. And it would be like all of this. It would perhaps get the event from the environment. Yeah. Fail to rename. Okay. Oh, I have a views already. So then this needs a reference to haptic event. So this becomes sustained toggle the haptic event, and we should spell that correctly, huh? Do you not use minimum scale factor with the font sizes? I mean, regardless, this looks like if the fonts get really big, the screen gets so cluttered. I think it just needs a different layout. And then at a certain viewpoint, it'll swap from the regular layout to like a side-scrolling layout. Support, larger text sizes. Let's see. This is the sustained toggle as well. Then we have the continuous toggle. And that will be this part here. And then it also needs, just like the sustain toggle, it needs the haptic event as an observable object, one that it's editing. And we can bring this change also over to the other layout. We'll skip the duration slider for now. Scroll down to the sliders. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this slider visible thing. If we need to, we'll put it back in. Right now, it's going to be passed along all over the place. And I think if we do a side-scrolling layout, we can actually keep the slider. Right. And I think this save can be changed also. Just one thing at a time, right? Just put a text in here for now as a placeholder while we fix these other problems. Okay, so we're compiling again. Now I'd like to move this this save function somewhere more centralized so it's not like passed around all over the place. So currently it's in the root tab view, I believe. And currently it's just a call to save certain tab. So I think we can do that on the root controller. And we'll just dispatch to the in-memory state and call it. And then inside of here, we can have a func save that gets the root controller. And it's the root tab ID. Okay, that's an extra argument. That's looking good so far. Then the other errors. Extra argument, okay. We should test that that gets triggered. Let's just put a breakpoint in there and let's run it. Let's go back to the normal text size for a quick second. Cool, so we got a save on the end of the gesture. If we edit the event with the keyboard, cool, perfectly. That worked great. Now we can remove that that save lambda that we were passing around. Now that we're just calling the root controller. This all cleans out. I love deleting code. It feels So refreshing. Build succeeded. Wonderful. We can come back here. Now this is a little debatable. Like, do we need a custom view? Does it really save us more than this? And I would say yes. Yes, it does. Because it's going to look like intensity slider of the haptic event. And that's a little more readable than the parameter being sort of hidden at the end of the line. You would see this is the name of the view, and then the single parameter. I think this is an improvement. So let's keep going forward. And we can copy paste a little bit here. Cheat, lie, cheat, and steal with a copy paste of our own code. This will become really important when we're doing two separate layouts. It'll be much easier to see what goes where when there's less text to read. And again, we'll come back to the duration slider in a little bit. For now, let's make the these three. And we can copy paste our own code. And of course, remember to modify. Thanks, Xcode. Okay. So now we can use these. and also in the other layout. You can see that like these lines are so long that we kind of need a space between them. Once we paste in the slight simplification, it's a very small simplification, but has a big impact on the readability of our code. We can really see, oh, it's a couple H stacks with our parameters in them. Ooh. Then the duration slider. Oh my goodness. How are we going to do this? Slowly and surely, I guess. Duration slider. Do our little bit of boilerplate here. We can copy this in. I guess we'll take the padding off the bottom here. Oh, we have something called duration slider already. I guess this should be a horizontal slider. And of course, this needs the haptic event. Whew. And the current background size. Let's see, what's the best way to pass this down? Should this be part of the environment? Let's see, who edits it on this screen? Let's just search this screen, I guess. Wait, do I not edit this currently? I wonder if horizontal slider should just measure how much room it has, and instead of getting the current background size, you can see how much nicer this looks like. We can really see like the layout really comes to the forefront when we collapse everything in like that. So now back to here. feel like we should use the geometry reader. A little scared of geometry reader in this case. This is a little surprising. Pixel width is minus 60. How did that happen? I guess we could say the maximum of a small positive integer like 10 for an actual measurement. Minus 90? What? Pull this to the top, I guess? Still getting minus 90. Why is it getting anything negative at all? Hey, yeah, just going around Twitch and I stumbled upon you. Would love to know which programming language you started. How's it going? Thanks for the question. My first programming language was C. Started that a long time ago, back in '97. But before that, I was doing some light HTML and CSS. So I guess if you consider that a programming language, I know some people don't, since I guess it's not exactly Turing complete. But I guess it is. It is programming. I guess HTML. Let's see. See if we can extract this to a computed variable to try to get some information going on here. Oh, I guess this needs to be a function, and we pass in the geometry reader. Cool. Might I ask what exactly you're programming right now? Sure. It's a app called Haptics Studio. And it's on the App Store right now. It just launched about 2 weeks ago, and it's for testing out the haptic engine on your phone to get so you can compose haptic events on your phone, and then you can export the code to use in your iPhone app. We just got featured in iOS Dev Weekly on last week's issue, so I'm very flattered by that. And I guess that's what's helping boost it. We're up to number 44 in developer tools on the list. And we got some feedback after it launched, saying that when the all right, we're not in a buildable state right now, so I can't show you. But when we use the accessibility font sizes, um, the app kind of the app kind of breaks, um, which is valid, and I'm grateful for the feedback. I guess this I guess people that need to see things bigger will often use this, um, and of course those people still want to be able to compose haptic events, and I want to support that. So seeing what we can do about this feedback. We're doing so a little bit of code cleanup so that we can have two layouts. Um, we'll have the original layout like we launched with, but then if it gets too big, then we'll show an alternate layout where we're going to show a side scroller. Is the current plan, and we'll see how that goes. Right now, I'm trying to measure. Oh my goodness, go away, news! I don't want news right now. Oh yes, you can you can see what it looks like when the accessibility size is turned all the way up. It's kind of a mess. So we definitely want to make it somewhat usable, um, if not an incredibly enjoyable experience at larger font sizes. It's a feature. Yes, hardly be able to use the app at all if yeah. For some reason, our geometry reader is telling us that it's minus 90. Which doesn't quite make sense to me because I'm asking for a get the max of some number or 10. So it should be at least 10 at the minimum. We're still getting minus 90 for some reason. And I'm not gonna lie, that's really surprising. But we are getting 10. Alrighty, thank you very much for the small talk. Wish you a great night / day ... Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Let's see, let's move the window so the focus is visible. Let's see, so we're getting a 10. How is this here minus 90? That doesn't make any sense at all. So if we PO mark count, get minus 22. How are we getting negatives? Guess we need like a max here of like 0, I guess. Okay, so now we're not crashing. I guess it just needed something to bootstrap itself with. Okay, let's see. So where does that leave us now? Um, well, I think this is a great point to commit. So what did we do? We did some refactoring to make two layouts easier to program. And I guess we don't need this, well, let me see. I want to, it looks like the duration slider is there. Um, let's set the size back to regular. Make sure we didn't break anything for the regular use case. Okay, so yeah, it needs a little bit less size there. I guess that's where the -60 was coming in. Let's see if we can put that back in. There we go. I think we can give it a little bit more space. Oh, interesting. Our sliders are going off the rails here. I guess I guess we should fix that. Let's see. Just tweak the width of the duration slider. And I bet I have something hard coded there inside of the slider. Ah, I see. So this should be in here with all these other variables that change at the same time. If we're going to adjust these also need to be adjusted. Um, let's see, are there any other constants here? There's 100, that's fine. I think. That was not it. Let's see, what's 75 over 2? That's not so smooth, huh? This is way off now. That looks great, but it is a little cramped now. Let's put a save point here. Let's see, so the current value times 100%, or is this the number of pixels maybe? Um, but they should always be in the same order. Because they're so small, putting them on the same line is a little bit easier to read. Okay, so this is a little bit more cleanup. So the large ones work. Small ones don't really work. Kind of jump a little bit, actually. Oh. Oops, didn't mean to multiply that. Yeah, so that's smooth. The little ones are still a little jumpy. So here the small ones work fine, but the large ones are a little off. And I guess this could be a computation by the value on the value range. And what is value? Value is float. And I guess it's returning a CG float. Um, this is weird. It should only be these two. Autocomplete. What's going on with you today? We said this one looked good for the small ones. Then for the large ones, what we liked was this times minus 0.5. And of course a closed paren. There we go. Yeah, just two separate computations. Really, really simplifies the thinking there. Trying to get something that works for both was getting a little silly. So then, let's see. Can that not be private? Oh. Oh, because we still have this here too. Oh my. Sort of a value for y, if you will. And that was inside of the DragGesture, yes. Something like that. I guess this can be a CG float. Okay, that feels good. So we can say move conversions to value range type. Now let's see. I want to experiment with making this smaller. Yeah, so this needs to be times 2/3, I guess. I guess it's an awkward number, huh? Um, I guess 75 is. I guess that's 3 to 4. I guess that seems okay. They all have the same top value. So now I think we can go back to doing the two layouts. Is this save called anywhere? Perfect. Let's check a few other things. Cool. So let's see. Let's go back to our layouts. We have the regular one. That looks good. And we'll have a side-scrolling one. And the side-scrolling will actually be just the sliders. And let's see. Nope, I did mess up. I did get a gray pose curly somewhere. I think if I do that, that'll fix it. Let's take a look of a V-stack. Oh, and I guess these will also participate in the main V-stack. Then we'll have a side scroller of all the sliders with a play button on the bottom. Let's see how we. Oh, we should turn on the other layout. Oh, and these layouts don't need this business anymore. Right, so this is handled internally. We don't need to pass in this trailing closure anymore. Thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Still have a build failure. Perfect. Okay, so now let's use the other layout. I think we called it large text layout. That's quite a bit of space there. And I don't see the... Oh, there it is. Okay. Where's all that space coming from? Let's see, if I turn on the view debugger, do I get some information? This isn't highlighting anything. I guess Geometry Reader is making it take up a lot of space. Let's see, so how do we work around that? Creation slider. We're supposed to measure only the background here, perhaps? Well, I guess we can limit the height, right? Let's say 50 for now. And I guess this should be an isVisible property. And 50 seemed a little much. Let's try 40 or 0. There we go. See, so now if we turn up the text size, now it's actually usable at a large text size. Oh my god. Oh, we can turn up even further. Okay. Yes, what happens when we turn it up to the, oh my god, to the max? Um, yeah, I guess duration wants to be a vertical slider at that point. There's like three levels of it. Well, maybe we'll just keep it to 2 just for simplicity. Um, so if this duration thing was missing, I think that this would all fit actually. Let's see. Let's look at our layouts. Yeah, maybe these don't need yeah, because this has spacing built in, so we don't need the extra padding. Already looking a little better. Yeah, if we just take the if we make the duration vertical, yeah, then I think then we're groovy. And let's see, what does this layout look like with I guess regular size? That's actually pretty usable as well. Okay, I'm going to take a short break and we'll continue with this in a moment. So where were we? Thanks for sticking around through the break. Right, I was checking if what this looked like in normal mode. I think that the scroll bar should go at the bottom, though. I think if I wrap this in a V-stack with a spacer at the bottom, it'll look okay. Yeah, there we go. And then, and then to show the duration, when the text is all the way big, perhaps it should be in a vertical slider. Let's see it again. Yeah, max zoom size. I mean, kind of looks okay, kind of not. What happens if we take off oops, the explicit spacing and let iOS pick a spacing? It looks about the same. Yeah, maybe in sideways mode we just hide the slider for duration. Let's see. That'd be this all this second part. I guess we could call it, is it small mode? Is it, oops. Is compressed, is collapsed. And then, oops. And then for, see, this is the large text layout, we'll say is compressed is true. And for regular, for regular, we'll say is compressed is false. Oh, and this is kind of doubled here. Okay, so now that we have it passed in, we can have two different layouts inside of here. Well, maybe it's just like the whole thing. Yeah, maybe again we'll have sort of two layouts. So we can have a compressed layout and a regular layout. Then of course our regular layout is basically what we have in here already. I think that's the right place to cut. So there's gonna be a lot of stuff to pass down to it. The stuff from the environment will be pretty easy. And of course the title. Oh, these are localized string keys. Then the value and text value can both come in as bindings. Let's see, and then the show keyboard for duration. Let's see, what is that doing? It's calling the keyboard controller. Yeah, I guess this could be a lambda that we pass in. And then the pixel width also gets passed in. Oh, I guess it's a BG float. But it's, oh, I misspelled it. And let's just pass in all the values. And the other one's going to look pretty similar. I don't think we'll need the pixel width. So let's copy some of this over. And in the compressed layout, I think we'll have an H stack instead of a V stack of the title and then the value button. And I don't think we need padding on it. But we do need an extra curly brace. Take out the pixel width since this view doesn't need it. Okay, now I guess we need to decide if we're in a compressed state or not. See, it does get passed into here. Where is duration slider? Enlarged text is compressed as true. Unregular is compressed as false. I think this isn't used anymore. And we're looking at the compressed layout, but we're still getting the sideways slider, which is a little surprising. Let's see. Yeah, there is no slider here. It's just an H stack of two things. Oh, because I still have all this business here. Okay. We can move this to the bottom of the pipe. Not infer. Okay, let's wrap this in a group. Now it actually all fits on the screen in maximum size mode, I guess. I guess the text doesn't fit in the keyboard view, so that's something to think about. I feel like they need just a little bit more space between them or something. Let's see. Like the toggles have enough space between them, but the VStack ends like right here. I guess it doesn't quite end, huh? Need just a little bit of padding on the bottom here. Really pushes the play button down further though. It's still usable. Oh my god, this screen. Ooh, that screen's gonna take a lot of work. But there's only one slider, so maybe it'll be a little bit easier. And let's see, let's what it looks like on some of the other accessibility sizes. That looks all right. Ooh, okay. This is a great place to commit. New layouts. I guess we need to decide which layout to show. Um, I guess here it's like is regular size. And just like the other screen, we'll wrap it in a group. Yeah, so we still have accessibility size enabled. So we're getting the compressed layout. If we go back to settings and we go back to regular size, come back to the app, and we get the layout that we launched with. Look at that. We can commit that. We can say choose between layouts. Let's see, how else can we try to break this? It's right there. We go back to this format, and then all right, this message was a little too big on larger text sizes. Let's turn the text sizes all the way up again. And let's try to, yeah, let's see if we can make this message scrollable, I guess. I guess that's the right move. We have our little keyboard view here. I guess the subtitle could be in a scroll view. Let's just be a little naive here and just see what happens. I think that's worse. I guess there's this padding around all of it that pushes the scroll indicator inward a little bit. And there's like a lot of space here between the title and the subtitle. If I take off the scroll view, it's much closer together. Maybe we need to set the spacing to be 0. Yeah, that looks regular. And then if we put the scroll view back in, there we go. Now it's readable. And the sliders are still usable inside of the scroll view because they're going in the opposite direction of the scroll. I guess the spacing of this top here, like these are nicely spaced, and then it becomes very squishily spaced here. Um, oh, I guess it's because it's trying to squeeze everything in. You can see that as the duration disappears, play button kind of jumps down a little bit. I guess that's because of the size of the slider. I guess that's why it's compressing. Let's see. Is it only on the maximum? Hey, let's go one down from max. Doesn't jump anymore, but there's it is a little tight spacing wise. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then the largest accessibility size looks less good, but is still usable all the way at the top. And then the duration, that's the scroll view. Um, let's see it at maybe this side. Oh, that's interesting. Like it'll take up the full screen now, even if it doesn't need it. Let's look at the keyboard view. We do have a spacer at the top to push things down. I'm a little surprised that it's covering the whole screen. I mean, I guess it does make it easier to read. I guess maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing. But it would be nice if it hugged the content a little bit tighter. If it's not that hard, I'm going to do a quick search to see if we can find that out. Yeah, I'm not messing with on appear with dynamic stuff. That's a recipe for failure, or for at least weird state. Yeah, this is going to cause more trouble than it saves. Um, Getting a little bit of space back versus whew, quite a bit of nonsense. It's not going to help the folks that want to see things at bigger text sizes. I'm going to steer clear of that one. All the way back to the top. Guess it's not obvious that this is a side scroller, is it? Maybe it kind of is. I guess it wants a little bit more spacing between them, though. Text layout. Yeah, 24 feels a little better, a little bit more separate. And then at a smaller size. Yeah, 24 looks good. Now these are like squished on top of each other. Um, if we accept the default spacing, it's fine, but at a large accessibility size, whew, it's rather large. Let's see. What else could we do? I guess like the event type stuff, like the duration, like that stuff could go on a separate pop-up. But I guess you'd still want to see the event type information here. And then that's still going to be large text, and that's still going to be kind of the same problem. Once you collapse it down to like change event type and duration without saying the current state. Ooh, look at this code export. And again, it looks fine except for when everything is enabled and it's slightly too big at the maximum size. So ScrollView for keyboard subtitles. So let's take a break from that and look at the built-in screen. Let's see. I guess we want to set this up somewhere for the regular size category or not. I guess we can make it an extension on size category. Then we don't have to define our own environment variable. We can just use at environment on size category. Let's see. That's all this. Guess we're switching ourselves. Oh, is this the wrong? This might be the wrong content size category, not UI content size category. Okay. And this becomes size category, not regular size. Nice. So then in our built-in view, we can also get the size category We can have two different layouts here as well. So I guess this should be a list of names. Just want like vertical scrolling here. And then how are we going to do the intensity? Since we can't do a vertical scrolling with a vertical slider. Might have to do the what we did with the duration is just remove the slider. Let's see. So I guess it'll be single column if we are in a compressed state. Otherwise, we can stick with the two columns. So this is an array of grid items. Is a regular size. We'll return what we have now of two columns. Or just one. Then let's use this. Oh my, it's like off the screen. Like definitely need a scroll view. Might have to remove this geometry reader. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. See if we can remove the framing here, and we set any sizes here. We do have a max cell size. I don't think we're using it. You can't see the whole title. From to rise. Ugh. Oh, well, we're setting a frame. Okay, so that's one problem. You can read it all now. And then the intensity should probably be on the top something. Yeah, that's one nice little bug fix. Okay, and setting this back to a regular size. Well, let's see if we can do it with previews. So I have a preview set up. Let's bring in the toggle to canvas on. Oh, it's missing some environment objects. I guess I haven't used this in a while. Oh my god. Okay. Let's turn that off so we can. Let's see, which environment objects does it need? This one doesn't grab any in memory state, which I think we're doing already. Let's look at the root. Let's look at app.swift. I think we need to pass in the root controller. Let me get some water. I'll be right back. And we can update our view list. We can say that we solved we delete all this stuff. Yeah, I guess we can just say what we did and say side scroll for the sliders. And now we're working on the built-ins view. And then where is our preview? Okay, so now let's see if our previews work. Cool. I guess we want to wrap that in a. We have that wrapped in a navigation view. Okay, so now let's see at some other sizes. Let's see, all this can go else. Oh my god. Calm down, please. Then can we say accessibility size? Dot preview. How do I do this? Swift UI preview accessibility size. Oh, okay. That's easy. Well, I guess actually we want to loop through them. Can we do like a for each content size category dot all cases? Well, thank you so much, Megan Wilson. How was your stream? Well, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Quick intro to all the new viewers. Thanks so much for stopping by. I'm working on my app called Haptics Studio. Thank you so much for the follow, which I launched a few days ago. And on Friday, iOS Dev Weekly featured me, and we got a whole bunch of new downloads. New developer to follow. Hey, thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. And on Friday, I got a tweet saying that the accessibility sizes break. So right now we're testing the accessibility sizes, and we have our main view working. Like this is actually like workable compared to what it used to look like at the very max size. So now I'm trying to work on the second screen. Maybe I'll just do a quick run through of the app at a normal text size. to show off the app a little bit. So on your phone, this is to play with the different haptics on your device. Oh man, dynamic type can be no fun. It did take a little creativity. This is looking great. Thanks so much. Yeah, so you have a bunch of sliders. You can set the what was it? That's that scroll view is always showing up. Okay, the scroll view shouldn't show up all the time. Only when the text size is really big. Anyway, so you have 3 different presets to work with, or the ones that come built in with Apple. And I should make that change while I noticed it. But right now we're trying to preview this last screen at different accessibility sizes. Oh, this should be \dot. Oh, still got an error. Which requires content size category to conform to identifiable. I just use its hash value? I guess so. Okay, so that's readable. Oh, and of course there's code export. You can, after you find the exact right thing that you want to use, you can export it. Of course, you can include the setup code as well. Let's see. So for our smaller sizes, we do want to keep the heights the same. So that is which cell is that? Yeah, this one. So because we're just based on the environment of the size category, we can say it's 60. We can say size category dot. It is a regular size, then we'll show 60. Otherwise, it's not set a frame, because in that case we have a single column mode. And let's go back to the previews. Not this screen. That screen, this one. Cool, so now there's 60 when it's 2 column. And when it switches to 1 column, we take off the 60 height. Perfect. Let's see, and I guess right around here, that sidebar, the side slider starts to have a problem. And of course, inside of a vertical scroll view, we can't have vertical gestures, so I'm thinking we might just need to take off the slider. But before I forget, I did want to edit the keyboard view on that other screen. As I was demoing it, I noticed a small change that needed to be made. yeah, this keyboard should only show up if we're on larger text sizes. So again, we can grab the environment, the size category, and then we can say if size category dot is regular size, and we'll just show the text. Otherwise, we'll show the text inside of a scroll view. And that's for the subtitle. So let's take a look again. Yeah. Ooh, but it needs just a touch of spacing there. Let's see. Padding bottom. Okay, and then at a super large size, we get the scroll view back in, and it's Dawn E when you're done with it. We can flip the sign easily. Well, maybe not easily. It's like there's no other way to do it because it's a digits only keyboard. I really haven't used that many apps at larger accessibility sizes. I have no idea if I'm doing a good job or not. I hope so. Okay, so we come back to here, and I think the intensity parameter needs to come. Can't be a slider at larger sizes because we'll have the scroll view, so it needs to be either sideways or just not at all. And I think not at all is the move to start with, and we can take it from there. We can commit what we have so far. Progress on built-in view, accessibility sizes. Okay, so next, let's do this, the parameterized section. Let's take that intensity slider out when we're at these larger sizes. Okay, so here's the whole screen. Oh, and once again, I'm doing a scroll view around the whole thing. It's not gonna work well for regular sizes. But we can come back to that in a moment. For now, as this is the top section, here's the bottom section. Do we have the size category here? We do not yet. So let's pull that in. A little quick copy paste for convenience. So then here at the bottom, so we can say if size category dot is regular size. Then we'll show the slider. Otherwise not. And I think that's all I need to do. Nice. I don't have to put an else. Guess you can't see the whole name of it here. Just a little unfortunate. Am I setting the line limit somewhere? Maybe I need to remove a line limit from something. Background. Um, so I'm using, oh, here's the text. Uh, line limit of 0? That do it? That kind of made the top not take up multiple lines. So we can set the line limit to 2. That's not helping this second section, oddly enough. Um, because that is I'm using the same cell, right? Using two different cells. And this is the second section. Yeah, and I come right back to here, setting the line limit to 2, but I'm not getting any kind of multi lines on the second one. Let's see. Make it be a long name. When we do that, we get 2 lines. And so that shows that it's the same cell in both places. Let's see, is there a difference in the string that's coming through? I mean, yeah, these are all spaces. They're the same spaces. I'm not sure why these aren't going to the second line. I mean, I guess it's fairly obvious that it's going to be the word impact. It's impact, impact, impact. Maybe it's not that big of a deal to spend too much time on. I just feel like there's something I don't understand, and that's what's bothering me. Um, so let's see. So we still need to put the intensity back in, since we took it, the intensity slider back in, because we took it out in for these really large text sizes. Um, let's see, and that is here. Yes, so size regular size, then show it. We want to put in a different one somewhere else if it's not available. Um, so for now, let's copy paste it. I think we're going to want to extract this out to something shared so we don't accidentally only edit one of them. And let's tell this to hide the slider portion of it. And that'll give us all the internals of it, and we'll just hide the slider and we'll put it at the top. Or really, it's just the title view part. Okay, we don't need to get too carried away here. There's the title view of the sliders, what we want to pull in here. Argument for save. Oh, I see. And then do we have the root controller available here? No, let's provide it. Cool. So now we have the intensity parameter, just the top part of it. You can edit it in huge text mode, and it comes through. Whew. Wow. And let's look at our previews. Was here? Yeah. Let's resume them. Right, so we have it available. We have the slider available. We have the slider available, and then it jumps to be a non-slider. I guess perhaps we could make it to be a sideways slider. I don't know. That could get really tricky. I feel like if you want larger text size, maybe like a slider is just going to get in the way anyway. So then if we play this one, Oh, we need a hooking. It's not hooked up. Okay. Or maybe it just doesn't work in the weird preview simulator. Let's try it here. Yeah, it worked here. So I think it just didn't work in the weird preview simulator thing. Okay. And the scroll view's there. Wonderful. It's a larger accessibility sizes. Built-in screen. Parameterized. Okay. So I have a little bit of cleanup to do here. We are repeating ourselves a few times. So let's hide the canvas and see what we can do about that. And the repetition is coming through, where was it? I guess here. Let's see. I guess this should be, we could pull this out as like a parameterized section. Like there's the simple section and the parameterized section. Parameterized by intensity. It's the intensity section, I guess. See, so this is the simple section. And it needs the current selection. I don't think we're using max cell size anymore. If I delete this, yeah, there's no changes there. We will need the current selection as a binding. And what's this spacing coming from? And am I even using that? So funny, like even in like a month-long little project, there's still like, what was I thinking 1 month ago, back before you just learn so much by doing stuff. Anybody using the spacing? Oh, the spacing is for the V grid. Interesting. What happens if I just take it off? And if I put it on? Yeah, there's a little bit more space. There's a little more space. Okay. Okay, you can keep that. Yes, then this becomes the simple section takes the binding to the current selection and current spacing, and then we'll also add in the parameterized section. By add in, I mean refactor out. That is all of this jazz. Did I get the curly right? I think so. Nope, I didn't. All of this too. So then this needs size category, needs the current selection, okay. Oh, we're building. Fascinating. Okay, and then this little guy, this struct here, I feel like um this could go here. Like there's not much that this is doing here. Look at that, we got a VStack inside of a VStack. I think we can simplify that. Yeah, so then this thing just deletes. And we're not reading the background size anymore. So that's more that cleans up. Ah, looking a little better, looking a little better. We can add a little cleanup commit for what we got done so far. Clean up built-in screen. Move the two sections to their own files. Okay, so now we can try to clean up this file a little bit. We have these two slider things. I guess the easiest thing would be to make these constants in this file. Also, we'll pull out the subtitle. And the value range. I guess we'll call that intensity value range. And we can do the same down here. Okay, so it's still working. Clean up text in parameterize section. And we're coming to that part of the day where it's time to start wrapping up. Let's see, what did we get done today? We got quite a few commits in there. How many was that? 15? We had the problem of the making a larger accessibility size broke the app and made it unusable. And what we did was on the main screen, we added a sideways scroll view. And we removed the sideways scroll bar for the duration. So now the app is usable at extremely large text sizes. And for the built-in screen, we removed some of the limitations, and we basically this is mostly just straight up letting SwiftUI handle the layout here. And the code export still looks fine at large sizes. So I think this is looking vastly improved for large text sizes. Let's see. Let's go back to regular text size. Whew. And it's still all there. Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for all the new follows, and thank you, Megan Wilson, for the raid. Really appreciate it. And thank you again to iOS Dev Weekly for featuring me in this week's issue, iosdevweekly.com. I stream every weekday starting at 2 o'clock, ending right around nowish, depending. You can follow me on Twitter for updates to the stream, or on YouTube, where I upload all the sessions afterwards. And of course, there's more about me on my website, fullqdeveloper.com, with the streaming schedules, links to my other projects, and all that. Ooh, yeah, thanks again, and I'll see you tomorrow.